Pepe, lovely ball through from Pepe towards Christian Pulisic. Pulisic across goal, and it's knocked in from Dest. It's Pulisic is in the middle. Pepe rolls it in. It's Christian Pulisic round the keeper. It's Pulisic with a goal. Options in the middle. Balogun is one of them. It's Balogun. It's a victory for the United States against one of Africa's best. Now swinger from Pulisic. Heads it away.
Paraguay's first on the list. Can't think about anything else but Paraguay and getting a win versus Paraguay to set the tone.
A day many in the country have been waiting for. After 32 years since it happened last, after 8 years since the hosting rights were awarded, the United States is hosting a World Cup match on American soil. The hopes of a nation now rest on the shoulders of Christian Pulisic, Weston McKennie, and the ankle of Chris Richards. We here at CBS are delighted to bring you comprehensive coverage of this occasion here on Call It What You Want Live. My name is Chris Whittingham. We thank so much the team at Sporting Kansas City and the Power and Light District. We are at no other pub here in the heart of downtown Kansas City, alongside a slew of former U.S. internationals, Charlie Davies, Jimmy Conrad, Benny Feilhaber. We, of course, have Kelly O'Hara, who is with us as well, who's out with the people, with the fans right now. We'll check in with her in just a moment. But, guys, This is the moment that we have been waiting for such a long time. You guys do this show regularly. You talk about every movement of Americans abroad, every movement of this national team. We're finally here. What does it mean?
Wow. I don't know where you start, honestly, Whitty. I'm excited to be here, of course, in Kansas City, my old stomping ground, so excited to see some old faces. But to be surrounded by them in this moment is going to be really special. This place pops off for big games, and I'm excited to have the opportunity to share it with them and, of course, with everybody here, because we have been working really hard to cover this team, and now we can stop talking and just start watching.
I couldn't be more excited. I know we're an hour out. Feels like I'm going to play. I have butterflies, but I'm confident, too, in this group. I am fully in line with this group, with the talent, with Pochettino. I think it's taken a long time, but after these two friendlies against Senegal and Germany, the belief is back. Christian Pulisic looks like he's in form. He's put a troubled season behind him, and we're ready to go out and start this tournament with a bang.
They've convinced you.
They've convinced me.
I mean, I'm ready to go as
Are
well.
Are you not convinced?
I'm gonna wait a little bit. I'm a little bit more, tepid convinced.
What do you need? You need to see the first 5-10 minutes to convince you, or what?
I think 5-10 minutes will
will
be all I need.
What's
nervous.
keeping you from saying I'm all in?
Well, I think the whole tenure of Pochettino has been hot, cold. Some difficulties with some top teams, some really high quality with other teams. We saw some really good moments with Senegal and Germany these last two games, but I've been in those two games before, and those games don't necessarily translate. It's like the spark's been lit. Can we light the fire now today against Paraguay?
Oh, I like that.
And that very much is the goal for the United States. And there is such a legacy, of course, of the World Cup from 1994. Major League Soccer now exists, but there, of course, is now a legacy to be born in 2026. Let's go out to the Power and Light District where Kelly O'Hara is in amongst the fans. Kelly, what do you have for us?
What's up, Whitty? I am out here, like you said, with the fans. The attendance, the numbers are growing. I've already talked to a couple people. We got people kitted out in their jerseys. We've got a Wonder Woman behind me or in front of me over here. We got people in USA overalls, no shirt on. I've heard 3-1. I've heard 3-0 Christian Pulisic hat trick. I've heard a 6-0. Levels are high. They're filling in. They're getting pumped. The people in Kansas City are ready for this one. They cannot wait, and I am so excited as well.
Kelly, we're told that you have already done a Jello shot. We're an hour away from the game kicking off.
All right,
the festivities have already begun.
Early.
Talk about vibes, Kelly.
Let's show the people what you've been up to in and amongst the crowd.
Oh, look at her. She's getting ready.
Pre-game mode.
Here it goes.
Okay, so
the
Kelly
reveal,
can't see this,
and then
She looks like a seasoned vet at this, by the way.
Does she?
yeah, she didn't
she's
make
taking
it
a few
big.
shots.
Yeah, it looked like a little sip.
She looked like she was uncertain.
Listen, you guys, I'm coming off of a cold. I couldn't miss this moment here in Kansas City, so I'm sipping on honey out here because I'm a professional, all right? Okay, no Jello shots yet, okay?
Okay, that was honey.
Oh, yeah,
that was
sure.
honey.
Sipping on some scissor.
No, we of course are familiar with the work from the NWSL Championship when she was shotgunning beers with the players. So maybe after U.S. victory tonight, it's a distinct possibility we get back to that level of work. Kelly is with the fans. I will be checking with her quite a bit over the course of the show. But guys, let's talk about this U.S. men's national team. We have the confirmed starting 11. We've been guesstimating what this is going to be for quite a long time. Let's show the people what the 11 is going to be. And it starts with Matt Freese in goal, a right-to-left back three, or a back four, depending on how you see it, of Alex Freeman. Chris Richards is healthy and in the starting 11.
Come on, Chris Richards.
That, no doubt, is the big headline.
Beautiful.
Tim Ream at left center back. Anthony Robinson will get forward down the left side. Serginho Dest down the right. A midfield of Adams, Tillman, and McKennie, with Balogun up front and Pulisic off the left. The major takeaway has to be Richards, Charlie.
1,000%. But I think what screams to me is, to Benny's point, we've seen Pochettino experiment and plug in guys in different spots, play different tactics and formations, and he always felt that he was going to play a 4-2-3-1, always. He ended up finding a way to get Dest on the pitch, higher up the field, with a little bit less of responsibility defensively, but he can come back. He can come back and sit back next to Freeman. Freeman can overlap. So they have a good relationship. And then you're talking about Tillman and McKennie and how they'll move and navigate throughout the midfield. That'll be interesting. But Christian Pulisic, he's the wild card because he can come out to the touchline. He has the freedom to just go and find the game.
I think what I love about the lineup is there's some consistency from what we saw against Germany. Only one change, and that's Chris Richards coming in for Miles Robinson. I love that. There's a good question that we had on the screen prior to that. Did Pochettino get his lineup right? And I think that he did. Now, we know based on the previous games, in particular Senegal and Germany, that there's some fluidity in that. And more often than not, especially when we have the ball, Ream and Richards and Freeman will most likely be the back line. You'll have Jedi pushing up a lot higher. And to your point, Chuck, Christian can now find those pockets of space where he can be the most effective. And it just gets him a little bit closer to Balogun as well. So I like this lineup a lot.
Yeah, I think the lineup is the right call. I think Richards needs to play from the start. He's feeling good enough to play. You're going to play him in this game because what you're not going to do is not start him and then try and bring him in. So I think it's the right lineup, and we'll see what it looks like.
Let's get to Paraguay then. This is the team, and another major headline is the fitness of Julio Enciso. There was real worries that he picked up an injury in the friendly in the build-up to this, but he is healthy enough to, at the very least, give it a go from the start. There's some difference makers and attacking areas in the overall. What do you guys make of the group?
Yeah, we talk about their strongest players are Almirón, which he doesn't quite have the pace that he used to, but he's still effective. And if you give him space on the counter, he will hurt you. And then you're talking about David Gomez and Enciso. Those are two players who want to get on the ball, create. They're great on second balls. They play both sides of the ball as well. So this is a team that we kind of expected. They're going to be tough defensively to break down, but then they're a team that's really focused on the counter.
Yeah, with the breaking down thing, I'll piggyback off of that. They gave up 10 goals in 18 games in World Cup qualifying. That's remarkable when you're playing Argentina twice. You're playing Brazil twice, Colombia twice.
Uruguay twice.
But they don't score, right? So
right.
That's why they finished sixth. They don't concede much, but they don't score.
So this last friendly that they had against Nicaragua is the only time under their new coach, or relatively new coach, Gustavo Alfaro, that they've scored more than one goal in a game. They scored 4 in that game. So he's been in charge for quite some time, 18 months, almost 2 years, and that's the only time they've scored more than one goal. So to your point, Chuck, they're not going to get too many opportunities, but they do seem to make them count. So whoever scores that first goal could be in a good control of this game.
If we played St. Vincent too, I think we'd score 4 goals.
That's fair.
So,
but I think that's
right now.
Right now.
That's indicative of what the game is going to be, what we see, right? The U.S. team is going to have to be clean defensively, and I think they're going to have to be opportunistic with the ball, because what we don't want to see is them scoring first and then being able to, defend and counterattack.
Yeah.
Benny, one of the things that we were debating a lot before the show was what was the position going to be in that midfield between McKennie and Malik Tillman. We see in the graphic that we showed, and sort of, I think the prevailing consensus is that it's going to be Tillman deeper. Does that worry you?
Look, we talked, Charlie, you were mentioning it a little bit. There's been a lot of ups and downs throughout Pochettino's tenure, and also some switches in personnel, formation, etc. To me, that's my biggest question mark. I think he got the lineup right, the 11 guys, but I'm concerned because I haven't been in camp. I'm hoping the players know exactly what's expected from each one of them in their role. Because if they're told, hey, Tillman, you do this, but then if the game changes, now you do this, and McKennie, you come in here, that's where I think we struggle in trying to figure it out within the game. I hope that the roles are well defined.
The only reason, though, that we struggle is because they haven't played long enough together.
Yeah.
Right? So, and that's on Pochettino.
Right.
Part on Pochettino and part on maybe health and unfortunate injuries, right? Or not having everybody in the call-up. So,
but that's what the consistency of this lineup is important, because now we worked that out against Germany. Took us about 10 or 15 minutes to find our way into the game, and then the rest of the first half was great.
But to Benny's point, that was 25 minutes of a friendly, and now this is the thing that you're going into the World Cup with.
I get it. I think what changes is that Germany is a different opponent than Paraguay, and
but that's I don't know if you were going down this road, but it's like, what if
keep going
in 25 minutes? Let's say we have an idea based on the Germany game, and that's not what we see from Paraguay. Are we switching it again? Or are we sticking to kind of the principles that we saw work against Germany, against all 3 teams?
The answer is no, because the reason why Tillman, he's one of the best 11 anyways. He should be a starter on this team, given his quality. But the reason why he's playing in a deeper role is because you know what Paraguay is going to give you. They're going to sit back and try and wait for a counter, and they're going to be compact. You need a player who can, one, play those dangerous passes efficiently and effectively, but who can also shoot from distance.
Yep.
And when you have a player who can shoot from distance, you're forcing them to come out, and that's going to create space for Balogun. That's going to create space for Pulisic. So I think him being a little bit deeper, that's an advantage for the U.S.
Now, a reminder, you can follow along with the show on @Golazo America on the YouTube channel. We have a comment here which says, Whitty didn't get the sunglasses memo.
No, he went clear lenses. He went with the clear lenses.
We're inside. You know, I don't need sunglasses
Yeah,
right now.
I'm
Yours
all
actually
in on
have
my
a
enthusiasm and passion.
Yes,
Okay? People are calling me
you
out
have
for
a
my
level of
enthusiasm and
accessory.
passion. I'll meet you out in the parking lot after the game.
You have a level of accessory that's extraordinary. You got the fanny,
Yeah,
you got the flag.
What is this?
I've got the meta glasses
beads,
here.
You got the
I got Chris
glasses, you got a
Richards.
visor.
Who is that, Chris Richards?
Lasso
Chris
visor.
Richards, this is good energy here.
You got a
Now he's
microphone
starting-
and a loudspeaker?
Yeah, I do. We'll use this later. Let's ease into the megaphone.
Now, we are going to be interacting a lot with the fans of the Power and Light District, and I'm asking you guys to now head down and give a message out to the fans who'll be watching outside. So,
Awesome.
Charlie, Jimmy, Benny, go for it.
Let's
Head
do
for the
this.
exits.
Thanks,
And,
Whitty.
Appreciate you.
We thank all of you guys following along on the Golazo America YouTube channel. And now we have Nico Cantor, who is traveling across the country throughout this World Cup. But of course, he had to start in Los Angeles for this U.S. match against Paraguay to open the group. Let's go to Nico's at U.S. Soccer House today.
What's up, guys? We're at the U.S. Soccer House in the heart of Venice Beach. There's a little bit of a museum history timeline in here, and it all ends up at this wall. These are the names of all the American men that have represented the U.S. at a World Cup. Some names that we already know here, including our very own Tony Meola coming up 3 times, and Jimmy Conrad as well. But it just comes to visualize that the group of guys going to the World Cup is pretty select. And these down here, 2026, the 26 guys going to the World Cup, starting today in the World Cup, it is a privilege to be here. And it's a process that began so many years ago. Christian Pulisic marking his 10th year with the national team. This is the next gen. This part of the story all begins after the night that the U.S. didn't qualify to the World Cup in Cova, Trinidad and Tobago. Guys, we've been talking about this moment for so many years. Think about all these conversations that we've had about these guys playing in Europe. They've gone and tested their mettle abroad, overseas. They're playing on some of the best teams in the world. Imagine what that's going to look like in 2026 once all that's put together. Now they are here. And I think U.S. Soccer House really paints that picture from the beginnings of all the way back when we would have to take boats to go to World Cups in Uruguay, 18-day journey. Well, now in the modern age, we are hosting a World Cup thanks to all of the groundwork set by everybody before. The Paulo Caligiuri goal in 1990 or in 89 to get us into the 1990 World Cup. And then everything that came after. Tony and the boys in 94 and just so on and so forth. We are here. Everything in our history, we have laid down the groundwork for the game today against Paraguay.
The current men's team standing on the shoulders of giants. Thank you very much, Nico, for that report from the U.S. Soccer House. Well, the guys are out on stage. We got Kelly O'Hara with us here. Now, obviously, we're talking about a legacy established in some respect in the men's game. You have the 4 stars over your badge, of course, with the United States national side. From your perspective, going into the opener of a World Cup, that sort of level of butterflies that you have, what would the players that are getting ready to start in this match be feeling?
You know, I think it was Tyler Adams. I heard somebody say today that he wasn't going to admit to being nervous. He said excited, and they're definitely feeling excitement. They're probably feeling some nerves too. There is a level of expectation. They are the host country, and they're playing in LA, their first game of this World Cup. There's going to be those jitters, right, as you start this tournament. For me, it was always once I stepped on the bus, got on that bus, it was like, this is game time. Nothing else matters. You know, the family, the friends, they're all going to be supporting, but right now it's me and my team, and we're locked in. So I hope that it sounds like they had 2 bus rides today. So I hope that they, on both of those bus rides, started to feel that lock-in and let those nerves fall away and that excitement truly build so that when whistle blows, they're going to be ready and they're going to come out flying.
Yeah, there is that balance between it being a normal game and the game kicks off, but it's not normal.
No, it's not normal.
There's no way of feeling like it's normal. All right, let's go down to the stage then with Jimmy Conrad, Charlie Davies, and Benny Feilhaber.
Kansas City, are you ready to meet some American heroes? I want you to make some noise. Welcome to the stage, A great big round of applause for former U.S. men's national team defender and Kansas City Wizard, Jimmy Conrad!
Yeah.
I want you to make some noise. Welcome to the stage. A great big round of applause for sporting Kansas City midfielder and 2010 ESPY winner with the U.S. men's national team, Benny Feilhaber. I want you to make some noise and welcome to the stage. A great big round of applause for former U.S. men's national team forward and winner against Spain in the Confederations Cup, Charlie Davies. These guys do the Call It What You Want podcast with CBS Sports and the Golazo Network. They're broadcasting live. They came all the way here from New York because they know Kansas City is the soccer capital of America. Jimmy, take it away. Turn your microphone on, Jimmy. Here you go, brother. These guys are great at kicking soccer balls.
Yeah.
Here we go, Jimmy. Here we go, Jimmy. Talk through this.
Good. What's up, everybody? Great to see you as always. What's up, Kansas City? Listen, I played here for 8 years, and I loved every minute of it. My favorite people, best fans, great support, and I love that I'm sharing this big moment with all of you here. I love you guys, too. I was here when Landon scored, over there, sitting there, against Algeria in 2010, and I can't wait for a big goal tonight that we can all celebrate and watch Kelly O'Hara take more shots. That's ultimately what we're here for. I love you guys. Have fun tonight. And please give me a ton of high fives when I see you around. Go on, Bennett.
Jimmy, I didn't hear anything you said. Can you guys hear me? USA! 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 Let's go! USA! Chuck, on you, man. I got the USA chant going. What do you got for us?
All right. Every time the U.S. men's national team plays here or sporting Kansas City stands out across this country because you guys bring an incredible environment. And I've loved playing in front of you guys, honestly. So all tonight, I want you guys to be so loud that everyone in this country realizes they're missing the greatest party in the country. Let's go! USA! 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 USA!
All right, guys. Now, again, all World Cup long, you guys got to watch these guys, listen to these guys on the Call It What You Want podcast. They're doing it before the game. They're doing it after the game up at No Other Pub. So I got to ask you guys a question. We saw the starting lineup. Benny, what do you think of the starting 11 tonight for the USA?
I think that's the lineup that's going to take us home tonight. 3 points. We got Pulisic's going to get us a goal and an assist. I think Balogun gets on the score sheet as well. Tyler Adams from distance for 3-0.
Wow.
I'll take that.
Tres Acero.
How
about that? Hey, guys. They said you got to go, Jimmy. You guys got to be back up stage.
All right.
That's what they told me.
Yeah, all right.
Hey, make some noise.
Appreciate
Jimmy
you.
Conrad, Charlie Davies, and
Thank
Benny
you, guys.
Let's
go.
We'll see you soon.
USA! USA!
Thanks to Charlie, Jimmy, and Benny downstairs. Nate Bucati emceeing as well. We'll be back with more Call It What You Want next. This is the Call It What You Want pregame show, getting you ready for the United States and Paraguay in their opener of the FIFA World Cup. This is what it's looked like so far for the host nations. 2 of the 3 have already kicked off. Mexico taking care of business against 9-man South Africa with a 2-0 win. Earlier today, it was Canada drawing 1-1 with Bosnia and Herzegovina. Kyle Larin with the equalizing goal for the Canadians. Tonight, though, the U.S. will make it the third and final host to kick off. Ahead of the game, our betting expert, Mackenzie Brooks, found these picks to potentially follow along with.
All right, guys, I have a bit of a menu of bets for you. I know Jimmy wasn't very happy with my bet from Monday, so I have a few different options, and this is the one I like to call you don't feel too confident about the U.S., but you don't want to root against the U.S., okay? We're going with Christian Pulisic, 1 shot on target or over 1 shot on target. That's minus 175, a bit pricey. So what we're going to do is we're going to parlay that with the total over 1.5 goals. When it comes to Pulisic, he's gone over this in 3 of his last 5 games. That includes club, that includes international. But we also have to take into account the lack there of minutes potentially in some of those games. So as I've been told, the U.S. is going to be a lot more aggressive offensively. I think that will open up the opportunities for him in the shots on target category. And over 1.5 goals, we know how this defense plays. Paraguay has also played in a multitude of games going over 1.5. Both these teams going over this 1.5 mark basically this entire calendar year. Now, if you don't love that specifically, another way to look at this is just both teams to score. We're still getting a great price at this. As I mentioned, both teams have cleared this in almost every single game this calendar year. I do like Paraguay to be able to score on this U.S. offense. And if you really want to fade the U.S., which I'm sure you guys are dying to, a little sprinkle here, a little plus 220 sprinkle of Paraguay to score in the first half. Now, they are averaging 1 first-half goal in their past 3 friendlies. So, again, take it with a grain of salt. But the fact that this team is aggressive, the fact that they've done it multiple times recently, it's a good little $5 sprinkle, I think, guys.
Thank you very much, Mackenzie. Jimmy, you were not too pleased that Paraguay to score in the first half.
I don't think those are the right vibes that I want out in the universe.
He's betting with his heart.
Well, for me, yeah, I like the Christian Pulisic one, getting a shot or 2 on target and then a total over 1.5. I like that value a lot. I think that's smart. So shout out to Mackenzie on that. But betting with Paraguay just doesn't feel right. So I couldn't do it. I would stay away from that bet. She's probably going to be right. She's been absolutely killing it all World Cup. But I just wish she maybe would have
stayed away. It's not tonight. You hope that she's wrong tonight.
I wanted to be wrong tonight.
All right, so we have Charlie, we've got Jimmy, and we've got Benny. Now, Benny, a lot of headlines this week about the goal that Anthony Robinson scored for the U.S. men's national team. I have to be honest, the goal looked familiar. That end of the ground at Soldier Field. Let's watch the Anthony Robinson goal once again. Ball headed out of the penalty area. He launches it with a volley. It's just, every time you watch it, it gets better. It gets better. But I was reminded of a certain Gold Cup final in 2007 at Soldier Field, the United States against Mexico, when one Benny Feilhaber on the volley to the other corner.
The difference here is it's for a trophy and it's against Mexico. I get
that's a big difference than a friendly against Germany.
It's a massive. Again, I don't want to take any credit away from Anthony Robinson scoring against Germany and what a missile he hit, but my man Benny Feilhaber won a trophy here, which also allowed us to play in Confederations Cup. So shout out to my guy.
Before Benny speaks, what were you thinking about when the ball came to you? Did you even have to get your feet set?
It was. I remember it was very. I
remember
huge.
Bob yelling, "Take it down!"
No, that was Landon. That was Landon. He still talks about it. We wanted to recycle it around. Probably recycle it back around these days and put back to the goalie. But no, dude. To answer your question, the only thing I remember was I was trying to get under the ball as best I could so that I could get good contact on it, and rest is history.
Yeah.
Top goal. The only thing I give Anthony Robinson the benefit of the doubt of, a better celebration.
I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that in his bag.
You don't have that acrobatic stuff.
I don't have the acrobatic, but I went to celebrate with our team. That's the only difference.
Oh, wow.
there. You know,
Now we're taking shots.
he wouldn't celebrate it up by the corner flag. So
I mean, there's really not much to celebrate with the team. The team did nothing. You did everything there.
hey, we're a squad, bro. Squad.
The game winner in the Gold Cup final. That's
Runs deep.
Pretty
Chuck,
solid.
runs deep.
Runs deep.
Decent amount of Mexico fans in attendance there too, I imagine.
Oh, I was called the Mexicutioner after that one.
Very good. That's the good stuff. All right, so let's get back to tonight's game. U.S. men's national team taking on Paraguay, and we kind of wanted to go line by line as it relates all of the starting 11. So let's start first with defenders. The two headlines, I would say, if we include the goalkeeper as well, is Freeze getting the nod after all the debate. Turner gets the first half of the Senegal game. Brady gets the second half, and then it's Freeze who starts in that second friendly against Germany. What do you guys make of Freeze going into this game? There's been a lot of talk about this is probably the weakest goalkeeper group the U.S. have taken to the World Cup for some time. Are you worried about Freeze in goal?
Well, one, there's no doubt this is the weakest group of goalkeepers for a World Cup for the U.S. What I will say is I think heading into the March friendlies, we all would have felt very comfortable saying this is Matt Freese's position to lose. It's his. But he ends up starting Matt Turner in the first game, and Matt Turner had some good moments, but then ultimately you concede 5 goals, you're out. But then to start the May window with Matt Turner in goal against Senegal, and he does well, now you're putting a lot of pressure on Matt Freese to come up with the goods. And he wasn't all that spectacular. So now you're saying, all right, now there's some doubt of who is going to be the starter, and neither of them knew who was going to be the starter until yesterday.
But also let me say one thing. Look, this is just me thinking out loud here. I don't think Poch ever had a question that Freeze was the starter. I don't think he put Matt Turner to play in that first game.
Then why play anybody else?
Well, I think that was the thought process is I'm going to give 2 guys 45 minutes each, him and Brady, so that they're at least somewhat prepared in the eventuality that Freeze gets injured.
Come on, they both play regularly in MLS.
I don't think there was a doubt in his mind, in Pochettino's mind, that Freeze was the starter for the World Cup.
Yeah, but you need to play that starter because he's not in a position.
That's a different question, though. That's a question of whether he did the right thing. That's fine, but I don't think there was ever a doubt in his mind.
Right.
I think what's interesting is that Matt Freese is the least experienced goalkeeper we ever had going into a World Cup. In terms of caps, even Tony Meola in 1990 had more caps than Matt Freese does at this current moment. He's got 15, I believe. To your point, Benny, Pochettino's been sticking with Freese pretty much the whole time. It gave a couple chances to Matt Turner. Matt Turner's been excellent in MLS outside of a play or two. Overall, he's been better than Matt Freese this season in MLS.
Yes.
But ultimately, whoever started for us between the sticks, they're going to have to make a big save in every single game. And I hope that Matt Freese is up for it tonight.
From a defensive point of view, Tim Ream will definitely be a question mark, the oldest player to ever feature at a World Cup for the U.S. men's national team. But so much of the talk about Richards was if he is going to play. Now that he's playing, what does he add to this defensive line, both as cover for Ream and just in general to the side?
Quality. Great in the air. Fantastic leader. He's good on the ball. That's where he's improved the most for me is his ball playing ability. He'll play between the lines. When he first started playing with the U.S. men's national team, very safe, similar to Scally, similar to Mark McKenzie, not willing to play the line-breaking passes. Now he has that in abundance, and he can play the long diagonal. So for me, it's not only his anticipation and reading of the game, but he's a great defender in terms of setting the tone for the team.
I think the last 2 years, he's grown a lot under Oliver Glasner at Crystal Palace, playing next to Mark Gahey and other players in particular, and just getting better at his craft. It really feels like he's become more
leveled up.
He's leveled up. He really has. And I think that has allowed him to relax and kind of do what's needed in any given moment. And I think his presence alone is just going to make us even steadier in the back. And he's going to have to position Ream and Freeman and Jedi and Dest in certain ways to put out fires before they start. I'm just hopeful that he has the ankle capacity, because we've all hurt our ankle before. It's not straightforward. Not everybody's the same. That he can be in positions where he's ready to defend on counterattacks. I remember playing the Gold Cup. I can't remember who we were playing, but he tracked somebody down and made a huge block. It was like a 1v1. He was like, we need that version of Chris Richards. It might not be in this game, but it's going to be at some point in this tournament.
And look, just to add one more final thing that I think is incredibly important, he brings a winning mentality to this team, and it gives confidence to the rest of the group. He's won 2 trophies with Crystal Palace in the last 2 years. He's a winner. He knows how to get it done. I think that exudes confidence for the rest of the group, and it makes everybody else a little bit more steady in the back.
Now let's move then to the midfield line. We talked a little bit about that sort of positional versatility between McKennie and between Malik Tillman, but with more attack-minded midfield players. This is perhaps more of a question for the latter stages of the tournament, but we saw Tyler Adams and the overall team really get tired by the knockout stage against the Netherlands. There were heavy legs in that game that ultimately led to some goals being conceded. Are you worried about maybe the burden, as we see, of course, celebrations for the New York Knicks that the U.S. men's national team had for that Game 4? Are you guys worried about maybe Tyler Adams being overexerted as kind of the lone defensive midfielder in there?
No, I'm not. At this stage, having talked to him, he feels great. He feels that his body is in a fantastic position right now to play 3 games right in a row in a group stage and be ready for a knockout round and not have any issues. So when you have that type of feeling, because he knows his body, if he feels fresh and not worn down at this stage, then you feel pretty confident. Is he going to have to do a lot of dirty work? Yes. I think Pochettino hopes that they take care of business in the first 2 games. That's 6 points if things go well. And then you have the flexibility, if you needed to say, maybe he picks up a yellow, maybe he needs a rest, that you could rotate there in that position.
I mean, what I'll be looking for in particular, and I might be getting a little soccer nerd here, is his positional discipline. He loves to hunt, and I think he's excellent at going to hunt the ball and going to sniff things out and then breaking up the play, and he's done it for club and country. My concern for tonight is if you have Tillman or McKinney right next to you, they also want to get forward and be ready to hit on the break. So somebody has to sit in front of our back 3 and be really thoughtful about Paraguay. I'm trying to think of the names of the players, but when Paraguay gets and starts to transition, wins the ball in transitions, that next pass, when we try to give immediate press, if that's not locked in, then we could be in some real trouble. And so that's going to be up to Tyler to make sure he's maintaining that space, because at times he does get pulled around.
I think
if somebody else isn't there, Benny, it's going to be really hard. I know that he does, but it's harder in the moment, right? You're in the World Cup. I'm just going to go make plays.
I totally agree that it's not a question of fatigue. I don't worry about Tyler Adams and fatigue. He can run. He's got a third lung. My biggest question is, you think back of that first goal against Senegal, right? And the midfield is open. We lost the ball in a precarious position. The midfield's open, and they're driving right at the heart of the defense. And those are the areas where we need protection. So I totally agree. Tyler Adams is not a stay-at-home 6, and as much as you want to try and make him that, I don't know if it's just like, hey, can you do this? Yes, I can. And now he goes out and does it.
Well, I talked about clarity before.
But it's not only just that, right? It's the ability within the moment, like you said, to not allow what is naturally your tendency to run and try and press and step out of position, because I agree. McKinney and Malik Tillman are guys that want to explore that forward position, whether it's from a defensive standpoint or attacking standpoint. So we want to make sure that we have some cohesion in that back that shield in front of the back line.
It's really important to watch for everybody tonight, us included.
From an attacking point of view, in those forward positions, we saw in the Senegal game the combination between Pulisic and Pepe for that goal, which was absolutely spectacular. There seemed to be more cohesion. What do you guys think is the key for Pulisic and the rest of the team, really, to have that cohesion with Balogun when he starts?
Play quicker. When Christian Pulisic is taking 1-touch, 2-touch, when he's not isolated, that's when he's at his best. When he's making runs off the ball, when Balogun's getting involved and getting touches, that's when we're seeing the best of this U.S. men's national team, when they can play quick and there's a little bit more of an aggressiveness to get to goal. That's when we're cutthroat. And I love that, because then you're throwing in Serginho Dest getting in his 1v1 positions. You're getting Anthony Robinson high. And then now the other team is they're underwater because they don't know where to go. And by the time they have to react to get to those wide areas, that's when you get Tillman and McKinney and Christian cutting you up in between the lines. So that's what we need to see tonight, is Balogun and Pulisic getting involved early and often.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big challenge, because Paraguay does like to sit in those pockets that they want to occupy. So how do you stretch out that space? I get the sense, and I'm curious if Paraguay is going to actually maybe flip the script and try to high press us for a little bit, and what that looks like. I think we can really hurt them, but we have to be prepared for it, of course. But if they sit in that low block and make it difficult to break us down, how do you pull their center backs out of position? And how does Balogun get a ball in a spot where he can actually do something, as opposed to having somebody kicking him right when he gets it? So that's going to be a big challenge for the U.S. tonight. I think we'll be up for it, because we've created a nice dynamic with either Dest on the right side, Jedi on the left, and that creates some overloads out wide, which I think then, in theory, will open up space for Balogun in the middle.
The wide channels are everything, right? Because it is going to be tight through the middle. They have aerial presence. They're big guys, Paraguay's defenders. So you're not going to be able to have much success through the center of the park. I think being able to draw Balogun a little bit outside, run some of the channels, try and create those number advantages, whether it's Serginho Dest on the right, whether it's Pulisic on the left. You're going to have to, shift them left and right before you can attack them. I thought the Senegal game was a perfect picture of what we want to try and see from an offensive standpoint in this game.
And there are some bad memories for the U.S. playing in this stadium, at SoFi Stadium. I will say...
Why are you bringing up old stuff?
I was there for that one. I remember that.
Well, when you mention the wide areas, I think it is worth noting that when they played in that game, the field was much more narrow than it is going to be. It's worth noting that the field was raised and widened. They took out some of the field suites as well that are right next to the field so that the pitch can be a normal size. I think some of these games that the U.S. play in the more narrow NFL stadiums, sometimes it hurts their ability to play. Coming up next, we'll focus a bit more on the United States' opponent. That, of course, is Paraguay. We showed you their team earlier. We'll break them down in greater detail next from the Power and Light District in Kansas City. This is the Call It What You Want pregame show, getting you ready for the United States men's national team against Paraguay and their World Cup opener. Now, before or after the game, you can check out our trilogy of documentaries about the U.S. men's national team, a docuseries about Christian Pulisic, his development as the burgeoning star of the United States, with Clint Dempsey as well. And you go all the way back to the billion-dollar goal in 1989, which sent the U.S. to the World Cup and began the modern era of U.S. soccer, where they regularly qualified for World Cups. We're back here at No Other Pub with Charlie Davis, Jimmy Conrad, with Benny Feilhaber.
What's up?
I'm Chris Whittingham. Now, guys, we wanted to talk about the U.S. game that they played against Paraguay. They have played their opponents recently in friendlies.
It was feisty.
It was a feisty one, and we have the video from the game and when that incident started between the two sides. Let's go ahead and show it to you of what the U.S. ultimately happen in that game. And ultimately, there was a big confrontation. We saw sort of that level of tension. Do we think that the tension is going to boil over into this game?
I think for sure the intensity is going to be a little bit higher than it probably would have because of this friendly. So there's already a built-in, chip on their shoulder from this Paraguay side to come in and say, hey, all right, they tried to punk us in a friendly. We're from South America. We're a bigger footballing nation than this little United States in their mind. They think they want to come and show that, hey, the one thing they're not going to do today is bully us. And they're going to play with that grit and that intensity. And maybe they try and get under the skin. A little bit of dark arts could be involved.
And
I love the dark arts.
That's what they have. I think they have that. They're not a better team than the U.S., and so they're coming to our home soil to play in a World Cup. I think they want that little, let's scrap. They want to get in our heads a little bit. And look, a couple of these guys, they play in Brazil. Gustavo Gomez, the guy that got a little bit in it, he plays for Palmeiras, and that's the kind of player that he is. He likes to, test your mettle. Are you in the game? Can you deal with adversity? I think a lot of these Paraguayan players are going to be like that.
I'm going to piggyback off what both of you guys are saying. The first 5 or 10 minutes is going to be really interesting in terms of who's trying to set the tone, not only physically, emotionally, and then the tempo that goes with it, right? Who wants to, or has the confidence to put their foot on the ball and actually try to play?
I was going to say, to go off that, don't think they didn't watch that Copa America where Timothy Weah gets a red card against Panama, right? And they're going, hey,
we can beat these guys.
Yeah, we can press those buttons.
We
right?
can do that. Let's test them early.
And we don't know what these referees are going to call in these tournaments. We saw in that first game, right? 3 red cards where we can always say, like, man, were those 3 red cards? So these cards are coming quick and fast. We got to be very careful with what they try and get us to do in this game.
No, it's going to be really interesting to see just how we approach it overall. And I do think it's going to be important to not back down and to try to set the tone. All that feisty, it was a tough game. We played Paraguay, but it was really like the last 2 or 3 minutes where everything popped off. And Freeman got into it, and then Sebastian Berhalter's coming to bomb in, and it was cool. I mean, that's what you want. You want guys standing up for guys, and I wonder how long it's going to take for that spark to turn into a flame, to use your analogy from before.
Now, the U.S. won that game. Folarin Balogun scored the winning goal in that game. If the people that are out there watching didn't see the game or have not really studied Paraguay in the detail that you guys have in the build-up to this, what are you expecting from them tonight, Jimmy?
I'll go first. I mean, Julio Encisa is an interesting addition to the starting 11. One of their best players, plays for Strasbourg in France. Very talented, quick. He's going to run at you. He's going to get it and go. But the problem is he just got a knock in that Nicaragua game on June 5th. It looked like he was crying coming off, so maybe it's a little bit worse than we anticipate. We'll see how many minutes he gets. But him being on the field is just somebody we have to keep an eye on. Sanabria up top is also another player that we have to keep an eye on, just in transition. We're going to have a lot of the ball. My expectation is that we'll be in their half a lot. Those guys are floating around. So if we don't have good rest defense, if we're not being active and trying to make sure we're putting out fires before they start, it could be a long game for us and it could give up some good opportunities.
Charlie, before you give your answer, there's a comment here on the screen that says, Charlie's got his game face on. You're not smiling. You're not happy. You're intense.
He's been waiting for so many years
ready.
for this.
You're ready for this.
I'm so you both know I'm an emotional guy. I'm so
I think
ready
everybody
for
knows
this.
that, though.
I'm so ready for this. I'm starting
to feel the butterflies, guys. I'm starting to feel it.
If you're not feeling something, you check your pulse, bro. Check
Seriously.
your pulse.
Right.
You don't belong
We're
to
at
be
the
here.
World Cup, dude.
You don't belong here. What are we? If you're not
13 minutes away.
If you're not feeling it, you don't belong to be here. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
I need Sega Man to give me a bet. I love
Hey,
that.
Sega Man's always here for you.
That is a Champions League final.
These glasses actually have a camera in them. You were turning them on earlier.
Yeah, right here. Snap
Okay.
a little picture.
Okay. All right. You see a little flash there? Pretty solid. Pretty solid there from Charlie. All right. So we are going to see the United States in mere minutes at the FIFA World
Come
Cup.
on, boys.
We will give us our final reactions, our final thoughts going into the game next. This is the Call It What You Want pregame show, getting you ready for the U.S. men's national team against Paraguay. Kelly O'Hara is live outside in the Power and Light District, watching this one with a bunch of fans. Kelly, what's the scene like out there?
It has filled in over here. The vibes are so high. We had a really big competition going on stage. People were getting into it. We got USA chants going on. So the levels are high out here, guys. It's going to be a good game. Everybody's behind them, definitely in Kansas City, but around the whole country, we're behind these guys. We can't wait for kickoff.
There's been great scenes from Kansas City going all the way back to the 2010 World Cup. This is one of the places to watch the World Cup in this country. Guys, I wanted to ask you, there are 5 players in the starting 11 for the U.S. men's national team that have never played at a World Cup before. And they are Folarin Balogun, Alex Freeman, Matt Freese, Malik Tillman, and Chris Richards. What are those guys feeling right now?
Well, let's not forget, Chris Richards was battling in the Conference League. He got to a major European final. Of course, he didn't get to play in that final, but he's playing the Premier League. He's playing some big matches. Folarin Balogun has played in Champions League against PSG and has scored goals against the European champions. Malik Tillman has starred in Holland and has played in big matches in Champions. These guys are not foreign to big matches. Matt Freese.
This is the World Cup, bro.
Thank you.
This is
On
the
home
World
soil.
Cup.
Of course. But my point is, it's not like they're going in cold turkey here.
That's fair. That's fair.
Hey, they're not scared. I'm not saying they're scared.
No, not at
but
all.
But this is a different level of emotion. You're playing for your country. You're playing in what everybody dreams of as they grow up, right? I don't think when we grew up we were thinking, man, I want to play in Champions League. I want to play in the World Cup.
100%.
That was number one. And they're going to get to do that today. So I think they're feeling something.
I'll say when I knew I was going to start against Ghana in 2006, my lead-ups in those practices leading up to that game were terrible. Bruce Arena and the staff had to come up to me and ask me if I was okay, because I was just so much in my head. But once the game got closer and it was game day and we're waiting for the game to kick off, I'm like, listen, told myself, I don't want to have any regrets about how I perform. Just go out there and whatever happens, happens, and kind of let go of the outcome a little bit. And that allowed me to stay in the moment. I thought I held my own, which is...
I think for better or for worse, as football players, as soccer players, when you're in the game and the game starts, it's blinders.
Yep.
I mean, I didn't feel the crowd. I didn't think
Same.
about anything. I'm playing the same game I played when I was 4 years old in the backyard. So I hope that these guys have that feeling as well, as much as all the weight that they have on their shoulders. But it's the same game.
Come on, boys.
Let's talk a bit about that weight on the shoulders, though, because you guys, as former players, were not only part of the U.S. men's national team, you're part of the project of growing American soccer in this country. And that goes all the way back to the 89 team that qualifies for the 90 World Cup, hosting the thing in 94. We're 32 years on from then. What do you guys think that this team can do to grow the sport in this country, to put the country on its shoulders and say, you guys can believe in us because we can go far in this tournament?
I'll go first. The short answer is the longer the run, the more people they inspire. We've seen it here at all World Cups, whether we're hosting it or anywhere else. When we get out of the group, we play in the knockout rounds, you get this momentum in between each game day. And when we got knocked out in the round of 16 against Holland, there was so much hype about how well we were playing, we're going to play the Dutch, and then all of a sudden it just stops once we lose. So the more we can play, the more games we can get in, I promise you, you're just going to continue to inspire more and more people.
So ultimately, he's talking about inspiration. Well, all the kids in the country will be watching these games, right? They see what it means to the American people, just sports fans in general. They all come together as a country, and we can support these guys. If they win, now they're at the top of the totem pole when we're talking about conversations around NFL and NBA, which is ultimately what we've always wanted. We wanted that respect. And then comes the investment in the game, which then allows us to level up. That's what we're all hoping for, is that this momentum, this positivity, the positive results will end up making our game grow to even higher heights.
And just to go back to Jimmy's points and Charlie's points as well, look, if I could say, hey, we're going to win the whole World Cup, I think that would be the best thing in the world for this country. Again, that's probably unlikely, let's say. I'm pretty realistic. I think that's unlikely. But the longer we go, it's about moments, right? You think about 2010 and Landon's goal against Algeria, 2006 Dos a 0 against Mexico in the quarters or in the round of 16. Even the Germany game where we remember the handball, right? Sorry, 2002.
Yeah.
The handball in 2002 to almost get us into the semis.
Still mad about it.
So I think it's about moments that people will remember, whether it's little kids watching the game for the first time or adults that are first time invested in this. I think it's all about moments. So how long can we keep going and create some of those moments this tournament?
Yeah, I love that.
And a reminder that Paraguay have not played at a World Cup since 2010. So all those guys are feeling the exact same thing right now. Very quickly, because we're in national anthems right now. The game's going to kick off soon. Where do you guys think this game is won and lost?
Well, the cliche is midfield.
Well, the cliche would be set pieces. When you're talking about defenders and how compact Paraguay will be, they won't give up too much. They'll probably seldom go forward with numbers. So set pieces are going to be massive in this. And Weston McKennie and Chris Richards are the two guys that you're thinking about from an attacking standpoint, but also a defensive standpoint.
I mean, we're going to get looks. Can we take those looks? And then can we minimize what they get? That's going to be really important.
I think we'll get goals. To me, the biggest question from us is what kind of quality do they get on their chances? If we give up high-quality chances to Paraguay, we could be in for a battle. If not, I think we get the dub.
That was the Call It What You Want pregame show. We're going to be at the Power and Light District.
Come on,
we'll be
boys.
back.
Let's go.
The U.S. are playing the World Cup. Enjoy the game.
USA!
This is the Call It What You Want halftime show. Our celebrations here in the Power and Light District for one of the goals. I think it was the second goal. Look at what it looks like inside the building. Absolutely incredible scenes here in Kansas City off the back of an absolutely extraordinary performance from the United States. A brace from Folarin Balogun. An own goal to open the scoring. What do we guys, before we start, round of applause.
Hey.
Round of applause to the United States. That was absolutely
10-10,
incredible.
no notes. I mean, unbelievable.
A plus.
What did we just watch?
You literally cannot get better in terms of how they were able to dominate possession in the attacking half. They won the ball back after they lost possession. They suffocated Paraguay. Paraguay had nothing. On top of that, Christian Pulisic was on. When you talk about he's him. Malik Tillman stood out, incredible. And then we talked about the number 9 being starved of service and being involved. Folarin Balogun was 22 touches. My man was getting on the ball, making great runs, but overall it was an incredible team performance.
No, I thought it was fantastic. Don't really know what to say. We come on here, that's probably the best first half I've seen in a really long time. We were trying to decide which first half was even better. 2009 Confederations Cup final against Brazil is one of my favorites. We're up 2-0 on that one. And then Portugal in 2002. We played them first up 3-0 after 30 minutes. That's it. And then that's how good and comprehensive this performance was. And I think what's interesting is we had to score that first goal, Benny. We talked about it before the game. That unlocked Paraguay. But the reason it got unlocked is because we have players on our team that can beat you in 1v1 situations. And once you can, that destroys a low block, because then somebody's got to slide over, create space. Paraguay had no answers for a ton of different runs, but especially in that area.
I'd love to see on SofaScore the number of successful dribbles. It felt like every single player on our team could get out of a phone booth in that game, and it started with the runs in the wide channels, in behind in between the center backs and the outside backs of Paraguay. They did not know how to deal with that, and then we talked about the repressing moments. The moments that we lost the ball, it was 11 guys, and it looked like 13 or 14 at times for us to win the ball back. So it was fantastic to watch. It was a perfect first half.
You know what it reminded me of? Prime Barcelona. When they lost.
Wow, that's a big shout.
No. This is what I'm comparing Prime Barcelona.
In terms of the repress, I agree with you.
When they lost the ball, they got it right
Suffocating.
back. And they were so smart in basically cutting out all the passing lanes and the options. Paraguay had nothing. Every time they got the ball, their head went down and they panicked. It was phenomenal.
And I'm still surprised they dropped off. First couple minutes, obviously a little nervy. They had a little bit of an action near our goal. But outside of that, it's been all us. We had 71% possession, which is ridiculous. What I find interesting from a Paraguayan perspective is at the break, when we had the hydration break, I thought we would see some type of tactical change. And in some ways, they dropped off even more. We were even better after that break. So we killed the second quarter. Long may that continue. I wonder what kind of changes he's going to make at halftime, because I just don't know what Paraguay can do at this point. And now
you got to stop the bleeding.
Well, that's the thing, because it's now goal differential. Goal differential is key if you want to be the third place team.
Yeah, you got to stop the bleeding.
Right.
Well, by the way, to answer your question, Benny, on the successful dribbles, the United States 15 in that first half, Paraguay 3 over the course of the game. Another stat that really jumped out to me, touches in the opposition box. United States 26, Paraguay
and one half
Paraguay 2. Paraguay 2
Crazy.
Over the course of the entire
26
first
and one
45
half.
minutes.
Some teams kill for that over like a 3-game stretch, let alone in 45 minutes.
What was the masterclass in it from Pochettino's standpoint in terms of having everything about their opponent figured out? What did they do that just completely bamboozled them?
What I love is that you couldn't tell me that it was one specific player that was supposed to occupy a certain space in the field. They moved Dest wide. They also moved Dest inside. They moved Weston McKennie wide. They moved Alex Freeman wide. So they were constantly rotating. And what we were worried about, especially Benny, was when they're doing all these movements, when we have possession, when we lose the ball, do they know their responsibility? Are they caught out of position? Everyone was dialed in terms of who they were supposed to mark. There was no one that was out of place. And
as the commenter says there, PSG type passing. Also, I'd probably say PSG type pressing as well.
Yes.
To me, the biggest thing that I take from that first half, from a tactical standpoint, other than the repressing that we talked about, is the total football that we started seeing against Senegal. The types of movement that Ricardo Pepi came into the wide channels to drag center backs out, Pulisic running in behind, and now that second ball going. We saw everybody making that run. It was Pulisic, it was Balogun, it was McKennie. I mean, how many times did Tillman, right? The little flick from Tillman back into, I think it was, I mean, we saw every single front five guy making those kind of runs in between outside back, center back. They had no idea how to deal with it.
I was waiting for Weston to do this.
And it was,
he might have made 20 sprints and they didn't stop it.
Dude, I honestly was looking at Paraguay's face at the 3-0. They're tapped out. They're tapped out. They'd rather let the game end. I want to go home. Let's figure out the next game.
I don't want to underestimate or understate, I should say, the fact that the consistency of our starting 11. Like, we went in the German game, and it wasn't super clean, but there were good ideas, and it looked like this is our formation. First time under Mauricio Pochettino, we finally have that formation, and now we can build off of that. We throw Chris Richards in. That's the only change, and you can see already the efficiency and movement between Tillman and McKinney in particular. They got that cleared up, right? We talked about clarity before the game. And because now we can build off of that. We laid a good foundation against Germany, and now we put it into Paraguay. Best first half we've seen in a very, very long time. Gets me so excited, not just for the second half, but Australia's got to be shitting their pants, everybody. Australia's got to be like, I don't know how we slow these guys down because they are so dynamic on both sides that they can hurt you through the middle. Ridiculous.
Jimmy, all 47 teams of the World Cup have to be wondering how they're going to slow this down.
Slow down this trade. Boys, easy. I know we're pundits. We can say whatever we want. Every game is going to be different. But I will say this, and we were talking about this in the break, best half of all time. We talked about the Portugal game that ended 3-1. The Confederation Cup final against Brazil that was 2-0 at the half. To me, this is, without taking the opponent into consideration, right? Brazil, Portugal,
and
higher class than Paraguay.
What it means too, Benny.
But man, these fans have got to be excited because this was relentless. It was the best half of soccer that I've seen this team play in a really long time.
This is top shelf.
It is.
Top shelf.
Football.
This is what inspires the next generation.
Absolutely.
It does. It's the best thing.
Let's go then to the former U.S. World Cup winner with the U.S. Women's National Team,
Kelly
O'Hara, who is sitting amongst
Kelly.
the fans. I can only imagine what it's like down there, Kelly.
Yeah, you guys were down here for the first half, and you guys have been talking all tactics, but I'm going to talk vibes. It's absolutely electric in here. It's completely packed. When we walked out right before the start of the game, the whole crowd was singing the end of the national anthem, and Charlie and I looked at each other and we were like, we just got goosebumps, and that was just the beginning. Obviously, with the team scoring so early, the crowd erupted. My shoes are soaked in beer, my socks are soaked, but it's worth it because this is a party out here. They're having so much fun. The U.S. just put on a show in L.A., but Casey has turned up big time.
I want to shout out the commenter that we just showed on the screen who said they woke up in Poland at 3:30 in the morning to watch this.
That's incredible dedication.
Incredible dedication. Kelly, great stuff down there. They're singing. The vibes are absolutely
We got to get back out there. We can't ruin the first half.
That's what the U.S. was doing in the first half.
Kelly, we got to run it back, Kelly. We got to run it back.
Come on, 3 more goals.
Thanks so much, Kelly, who is with us in the Power and Light. Yeah, 3 more goals. Why not? For the United States men's national team, they're 3-0 up against Paraguay. Can I tell you guys the thing that most impressed me in the game? You mentioned the hydration break. I would also mention at 2-0 up, you would expect maybe a dropping off. You would expect
they smelled blood at that point.
They smelled blood, and they just absolutely
Paraguay had nothing. But Paraguay wasn't making us suffer.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you do it?
There was nothing to worry about, right?
Well, yeah, because we kept repressing. The repress was great. It was fantastic, and you could sense the confidence that we had. I mean, Benny said it during the game. We were watching it downstairs. Every time we got on the ball, maybe it was you, Chuck, we had space to go do something. Paraguay couldn't even get close to us anymore because we just play around them. It was an incredible performance, and now it's more like, hey, the bar's been set now. Can you do it again?
On top of that, right back, right center back, yellow cards.
Yes.
Christian Pulisic was a man on fire. He was possessed. Now you got 2 players who are trying to defend him, knowing that if I dive in, because the only way I can try and stop him is a miracle tackle, that could be my second yellow and I'm off.
Very quickly, we got about 45 seconds, 10 seconds each. The individual that impressed you the most in that first half, Benny.
Oh man, I think Pulisic, maybe Balogun, but I'm not sure. I mean, dude, it was 11 unbelievable performance.
Reem, I guess the only one you have to mention is
Look,
Matt Freese.
I do want to say one thing though for the second half. Don't take your foot off the gas pedal. Right. I think that it's important that you continue with this kind of quality that can run into the second game.
Yeah, I'll say Balogun. I mean, that goal right before halftime was such a dagger in so many different ways, and what a finish.
I'm going to say Pulisic. We needed him to be him, and he's him today. So I love that he's creating goals, creating space for Balogun, and We're back, baby.
Come on, boys.
US
We're back.
are
Do it
3-0
again.
up on
Do it
Paraguay.
again.
These are the scenes in Venice Beach. The U.S. are up 3-0. We'll be back post-match. This is the Call It What You Want post-game show after the United States men's national team get a 4-1 victory over Paraguay in their opening game of the World Cup. This is what it looked like in the Power and Light District in Kansas City. Kelly O'Hara fired up. The crowd in attendance fired up. One last goal at the end. An absolute beauty of a goal from Gio Reyna to give the United States their first ever performance at a World Cup, which features 4 goals scored. Absolutely extraordinary stuff from the U.S. Alongside Benny Feilhaber, I'm Chris Whittingham. We do have Jimmy Conrad. We do have Charlie Davies. They're out entertaining the masses, as is Kelly O'Hara downstairs in the Power and Light District. So it'll be just the two of us reacting for the beginning of this. And Benny, there was a little bit of a feeling, I think, as that second half crept on, the U.S. are trying to manage to give up a goal. But then you're right back to feeling that level of positivity after that goal from Gio Reyna. What's your overall takeaway from this performance that we saw?
What a game. What a day, right? We've anticipated this for so long, and these guys have done everything that we've asked and more, and I think it's the first day of the tournament, and I think that the crowd is all the way in it. Man, that last goal just capped it off.
Yeah, and it was a fantastic goal from Gio Reyna. We see the fans, and that really is what this entire experience is about for the United States, is getting the country, and I was delighted that throughout that game, I got tons of texts off my friends who have probably never watched a soccer game in their lives. Certainly never watched the U.S. at a World Cup going, this is great. I'm in on the World Cup. I mean, that's exactly the kind of performance in prime time on a Friday night. People go round to bars. People go round to restaurants, get together in gatherings like this, and get excited about American soccer. This is a feeling that the U.S. has been trying to bottle for the 32 years since the last time this was here. It's absolutely incredible to see the U.S. giving an impression that they didn't just play well tonight. It portends for the rest of the tournament. I'm not going to get ahead of myself and say the U.S. are all of a sudden a contender to win it. They're going to get to a semifinal.
Hey, we're allowed to dream.
Right, we're allowed to dream.
We're
Why
allowed
not?
to dream.
But the one thing that you know is that the United States is not going to go out of this tournament having disappointed the nation. They're going to go out in a way where they are valiantly fighting and valiantly performing well at an incredibly difficult moment. You're under all kinds of pressure, and they have delivered a sensational performance in this game.
I totally agree. One of the things that's the most exciting for me is I've been a part of the national team. I've watched them growing up. I've watched them since retiring.
Go USA! 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 USA!
And now we get to see a different version of the national team, which is one with this confidence, this bravery about how they're going to play, playing out of the back, building, trying to create through possession and through passing. We saw everything today. We added the element of the high press, the defending, the counter pressing, right? Strangle holding that game. And to me, the second half is a complement of that first half, where we saw the team manage a game. We made some subs. We got some guys off the field to manage their legs. And so I think it was a perfect 90 minutes. It is so that every fan can kind of see what this team is going to provide in this World Cup and jump on board, right? If they haven't seen soccer, they're on the bandwagon now, and let's make sure we keep them on there for as long as possible. And today was one of those moments that we talked about before the game.
It reminds me of what Greg Berhalter used to say ahead of the 2022 World Cup, which is, we don't just need to go there and perform well. We need to change the way the world thinks of American soccer. It was probably too bold of a view at the time. But I think, having watched the evidence of that game, Mauricio Pochettino can say that he did that. He did that in this game on the evidence of how they pressed, how they went after the game, how they absolutely controlled a South American opponent. The U.S. has not beaten a South American opponent since 1994, a team that had a positive goal differential, that beat some of the giants of South American football in qualifying as well. They were just stunning in every possible respect of the game.
Look, Paraguay didn't look great in the game, but I think that was mostly what the U.S. did to them, right? They did not let them breathe in any moment of the game. They did not let them feel like they could get back into the game at any moment. And so, like you said, Paraguay has had big games in the past in CONMEBOL where they qualified, beaten Argentina, beaten Brazil. I think they beat both of them at some point in the 18 games. And so we're playing a team that is capable of something, which means that we are capable of something. And I think at any point in time we play a game like that, we can beat some of the powerhouses of the world.
All right, let's go down in the Power and Light District to Kelly O'Hara, who is there with some friends enjoying the post-match scenes here with Jimmy Conrad and Charlie Davies.
Yeah, Whitty, we're out here. I'm with Jimmy. I'm with Charlie. We're just taking in the scenes. The game just wrapped up. The goal in the final minute was so exciting. The crowd went crazy. What are your thoughts after that game? I mean, that was insane.
Immense pride. I'm so proud of this group because of some of the adversity that they had to face, and Pochettino too. But we always said, stay calm. Just keep grinding, and look at how they played today. They were incredible. Sure, in the second half, they took their foot off the gas just a little bit, but they hammered the nail in the coffin at the end with Gio Reyna. So I'm so proud, and again, it's consistency. So they got to get right back up for Australia. They can't dip, and they have to keep that same level of intensity.
Jimmy?
Yeah, I'd say overall fantastic. You know, there was a little glitch where we gave up a goal, shut off. A couple players could have maybe done something different. We'll leave that aside for now. What I was really pleased with was just the depth that came on too. Obviously, Gio Reyna comes on and scores, but I thought Sebastian Berhalter was excellent. When Tillman went out wide because Christian Pulisic went off, I thought he looked good out there too. So it just shows the depth that we have. We're not going to go far in a tournament if we can't trust 15, 16, 17 guys. And I thought we really performed well in all areas today.
All right, after tonight, where do you guys think we go in this tournament?
I'm still going to say quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, I had round of 16 as our over-under. I think we get there for sure, and then hopefully put together a performance like tonight, and then we'll be in the quarterfinals.
All right, well, I think there's a DJ that's about to come out on stage. This party seems like it's just getting started. These fans have been amazing tonight. But Whitty, we're back to you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. And there is just so much to love about this performance from the U.S. tonight. I will say, let's talk about a couple of storylines from the game. One of them, probably the only down note of the game, was seeing Christian Pulisic come off at halftime. Given how well he played in the first half, it was certainly a surprise. There was a report from Jenny Taft of Fox that apparently he gave a thumbs up towards his family. U.S. Soccer has come out and said that Mauricio Pochettino is going to address this after the game. So we'll see if he's fine. Obviously, the really good news for the U.S. they have a week in between games. That is both good news in terms of the recovery for Pulisic, but also in terms of the amount of exertion they put into this game. It was a level of intensity and a level of pressing that we rarely see in an international match. So the U.S. are going to be able to recover themselves. If you look at the comment from that fan, Poch has us playing Joga Bonito. It's hard to disagree. That was a brilliant performance. Let's go back down to the stage of the Power and Light District as I think Jimmy, Charlie, Benny, and Kelly are going to entertain the fans here in attendance.
Feeling good? I guess we're trying to decide who is the best player. So, round of applause, Folarin Balogun. Yeah? I thought Malik Tillman was very nice today. What are we saying about Malik Tillman? All right, I feel like Balogun's winning this one.
I can't hear anything you're saying.
All I'm going to say is everybody here, awesome. Awesome. I felt the environment, the energy. You guys brought it tonight. Make sure you party. And for the next game, keep bringing it because that energy was phenomenal.
Woo. Australia's next.
Hey, listen. If I'm Australia, because Australia had to watch the game tonight,
drop
right?
the most fire beat you got. I need a real beat.
Come on. I'm trying to talk. Australia has to be shitting their pants, let's be honest. The Socceroos don't want any part of us. Not after that performance. So I guess we'll see you back here in a week.
Hey, we're going to throw some hats. Hey, we're going to throw some gear out if you guys want some gear. All right, we got some gear.
What's up?
All right, let's hear it one more time.
All right, who wants some hats? We got some sick CBS hats.
Say it with me. I believe. Say it with me. I believe that. Say it with me. I believe that we will win. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get it
Great scene. So many fans staying here in the Power and Light District in that square, enjoying life with Jimmy, with Benny, and with Charlie on stage as the United States win by 4-1 over Paraguay. Mauricio getting the consolation goal for Paraguay in the 73rd minute. There were a few minutes there where it kind of looked a bit hairy, but wow, what a performance from the United States men's national team. So we were talking there about Christian Pulisic being involved with that halftime sub. We saw a full allotment of changes used by Mauricio Pochettino. I felt so bad for Sebastian Berhalter. Had that chance to chip the goal from about 45 yards out. He got that finish wrong. To be fair, the United States had all sorts of chances in the second half as well. Pepe had a great one. Malik Tillman has one that he basically passes right to the goalkeeper. It could have been much more than what the U.S. delivered. And yet still, if you look at the expected goals figures from the United States, it was 1.35, which I'm surprised by. But my goodness, what an incredible performance from the U.S. in this game. I'm emotional right now. What an opening game. I think that has to be the feeling, the number one feeling. If you're a diehard U.S. fan and you regularly watch this show, call it what you want, these guys spend the entire year talking about the national team, about Americans abroad, about the performances these guys put in for their clubs week in and week out. And you just wonder if Weston McKennie playing well for Juve is going to translate, if Folarin Balogun playing well for Monaco is going to translate to the national team. And every single bit of it translated in this game. And I think the most bizarre part of that is that the United States have rarely delivered that level of performance. I was going to say it at halftime, it might be the only thing that frustrates me about what we saw tonight, is that we don't see this more often. I think the nation would have been even more fired up for this World Cup if we saw this more often in the build-up to the tournament. And look, the performance against Senegal was very good. They competed well against the German side, ultimately lost the game by 2-1. But we saw an absolutely stunning performance from the United States tonight, from start to finish. There was that maybe poor 10-minute period at some point in the second half, but they then bounced back, got back to creating chances, and were just relentless at attacking this Paraguay national team, who, to be fair, were without answers, and honestly, off the back of a 3-goal defeat in their first game, might be out of the World Cup, because they're going to have to beat Australia, they're going to have to get a result against Turkey. Based off of what we saw, that was not likely to be on the cards. There was also another thing I wanted to bring up, just in terms of a moment in the game that I thought was strange. There was the moment where Miguel Almirón got into that tackle with Tim Ream. Tim Ream puts in the challenge. He gets booked for the challenge, but they overturned it on account of mistaken identity. That's one of those things that I wonder if we see for the rest of this tournament. Using the concept of mistaken identity in order to overturn refereeing decisions. I thought that was an interesting talking point, but ultimately an academic one on the basis of what we saw in this game for the United States. It was an absolutely sensational performance, and one that I think will lift the nation and will get a lot of people who might be soccer skeptics or soccer curious to start watching a lot more World Cup action. The U.S., of course, don't play again until next Friday against Australia. We'll have much more reaction off the back of this performance. The U.S. beat Paraguay by 4-1. More Call It What You Want on the way. Post-game show off the back of the U.S. men's national team beating Paraguay by 4-1. That table looks great, lads. The United States, +3 goal differential, 3 points. They top the group.
Say what?
And, I mean, honestly, depending on how the other result, they might have already clinched a spot in the knockout round, as crazy as that is to say, with the expanded field and 32 teams getting to the knockout round.
Yeah,
that
let's chill a little bit.
It's not important right now. The United States getting the victory by 4-1 over Paraguay. Folarin Balogun at the double in this one. Let's go down to Kelly O'Hara, who is live in the Power and Light District with some fans.
Okay, how are we feeling after that win?
Fantastic! Electric, baby! Absolutely ecstatic. I am totally expecting this to happen.
How long did you guys plan your outfits for?
1 hour. We got them all today, baby. We went to war. We are here, and we're sporting.
Okay, after tonight, where do you guys think the U.S. go in this tournament?
All the way, baby! Did you see that? Did you see that performance out there? Because I don't know if you did. Man, hat trick by Balogun, almost. Baby, the final. All the way.
All right, they're going all the way. Thanks, guys. Let's go!
They're going all the way. By the way, the boys have to rearrange themselves. I think they're supporting Arizona State University rather than the United States of America. They have to get back in the USA order, but great stuff to hear from the fans off the back of that victory. You guys are down there. You're pumping up the crowd. Let's hear your actual analysis of the game. What stands out to you the most about this performance, Charlie?
Well, first, I'll never not wear this shirt for a game. That's first off. But I think what stands out to me was, one, the level of commitment to win the ball back if they lost possession. The counter press was phenomenal. They did not let Paraguay have a second on the ball, and that's the sign of the best teams in world football. When you lose the ball in the attacking half, the good teams win it right back. You feel that you have no time to find a teammate. Second one is their movement off the ball. It was sensational, and it was almost unpredictable movement because it was the movement out of midfield into the channels, and the center backs and the full backs for them were already marking players, so they didn't know who to track and when to track, and so they kept mixing up who was making that run, and ultimately they just could not deal with us.
Yeah, your mic's not working, so I'll let you talk again.
Well, I'm a loud talker. I thought that was going to work out. But if you have enough players that are 7 or 8 out of 10, you're going to win that game. And I thought tonight we were a lot of guys 8 or 9 out of 10, and that made it smooth sailing for the most part. And to your point, Chuck, about our repress and our counter pressing, when it works, it gives you so much belief, and it just takes the air out of the other team. And then we just continue to stamp on their throat, and that just made it impossible for them to have any success. Yeah, it really was.
Okay, all right, we have a mic problem.
We should get a cordless one. That would be a little beneficial here. But no, what I was saying is it was cyclical in the sense that we were creating those repressing moments, and making it really tough for Paraguay to try and get out of our pressure. But then when we had the ball, it was the off-the-ball movement. And I think it's just one of those things that, for Paraguay's sake, they just couldn't get out of. But how often can we do that against the top countries? And I think Paraguay is not one of the top 10 countries in the world, but they are resilient. They're tough to play against, and we look like a team that was levels above them. So can we continue that against Australia, against Turkey, and into the knockout rounds against some of the big teams? Because if you're able to do that, if you're able to produce off-the-ball movement like you did and cycle the ball around and be able to get out of tough situations off the dribble and then also repress, it doesn't matter who you play against. Everyone's going to struggle against us.
I want to shout out in the chat. Someone mentioned that they're watching from Georgia, not Atlanta, Georgia, Kavicha Kvaratelia, Georgia,
oh, wow.
and complimented the U.S. and their performance. So thank you very much for watching all over the world. We'll be flashing your comments on the screen. Get involved, and we'll react to them as well. I do want to mention one bit of news as it relates to the U.S. men's national team. We saw Christian Pulisic come off at halftime, was subbed out for Sebastian Berhalter, and this is what he had to say after the game. He said, I just got a bit of a kick in the first half, so I'm really hoping it's nothing, taking a little bit of precaution today, but I'm hoping I'll be fine in the next few days. It was a bit of a kick to the calf, as was confirmed by Mauricio Pochettino, so he comes off at halftime. It's certainly a worry. Obviously, one of the other things that we didn't really talk about that much in the build-up to this World Cup is that the United States, we try and talk about them in terms of everyone being on the field, but that so rarely has happened off the basis of injury, and you would hate to see that happen after the first game, after they played so well in those first 45 minutes.
But I don't think any one of us would say that the next man who's up isn't ready. There's depth, and I think for Christian Pulisic, as great as he was today, and I'm thrilled because he looks like he's been in form, his top form, for a long time. This doesn't look like he just flipped the switch, which he did, starting with Senegal, Germany, into this game where he was just unstoppable, unplayable. If he played another 45, we probably would have went up 5-6-7-1. That's how good he was. But ultimately, if he needs extra time, you can afford to give him extra time because the guys who come in have been fantastic. Sebastian Berhalter didn't put a foot wrong coming in.
Very good.
He was phenomenal. Don't forget, Gio Reyna comes in. Que golazo!
Oh my God,
Jimmy, how happy were you?
Oh, I was buzzing. Just a good finish. Got himself in a good spot. And listen, when he comes on, and we joke that he's a special case, but that's some of the quality. You could see Mauricio Pochettino so happy with him afterwards. He put himself in a good position, and he scores a great goal. And I wonder how we feel about the game had we not scored that goal, because we would have lost, quote unquote, lost the second half.
I still would have felt.
I would have felt great. Don't get me
here.
wrong, but it would have been like, we maybe would have harped on a couple more things in the second half. You and I talked about after we gave up the goal, we still can't put together a 90-minute performance. Obviously, that's something to think about. And if we get a good opponent, at some point we're going to get stretched and we're going to be made to suffer a little bit. Paraguay didn't make us suffer too much, Benny.
No, they didn't make us suffer at all. I thought we were really, really good in the second half. It wasn't the same game. We were up 3-0, so you play a different game in the second half. But I thought that there was the one moment where we made several mistakes on one play. And look, this has been one of the issues, right? If we want to bring up one issue with this team, it's been we don't get shutouts. So we're going to have to outscore you. Obviously, we did that today. You're not going to be able to score 4 goals every single game, especially not in the knockout game. So we got to be able to clean a couple things up, but I thought it was a fantastic performance. And look, looking forward, right, with the Pulisic thing, we've been on teams that are clicking, right? And this team seems to be clicking with the Senegal game, the Germany game, albeit in a loss, and now today. You're riding a wave. It doesn't matter if you're starting or if you're on the bench. You come in with this presence, this confidence that the team is pushing you. So you're right. Not only is the depth there in terms of quality, I think it's like the whole team on this wave together. And you see when Gio scored, man, did you see the bench?
Yeah, everybody's so excited for him.
You saw Balogun, you saw
with an injury.
Pulisic, you saw
gets right in.
I mean, they're jumping up for joy because if you have 26 guys playing at that level, you become way more difficult to stop.
Yeah, 100%.
And the U.S. get that victory by 4-1 tonight. And by the way, you mentioned outscoring opponents. The United States in that one game outscored their entire output from 2022. They only scored 3 goals in the 2022 World Cup. They scored 4.
Different squad, man. Different squad this year.
Different dynamic, more experience, and
proper number 9 too.
When you think about
Balogun makes a big
massive difference.
When you think about how this group has matured over the years. We talked about some of the in-game management of, okay, Tyler Adams clears it, he feels some contact. Well, he goes down quick, and he wastes time, and he tries to put some pressure on the ref to maybe give a booking.
He did that a few times.
They're understanding USA.
USA.
USA. USA. Oh, the fans, the vibes are high, guys. The vibes are high. We got all the time on it.
Let's go.
Incredible. It's top 3 all time.
No, you can't. There's nothing more you could want from that first
The
half.
only thing is, I give it a 9.5. I would have given it a perfect 10 if we didn't concede. But that's as good as it. That's almost as good as it gets at the international level in a World Cup.
All we want is
Give him the mic.
we want people to buy in the U.S. We want people to buy in the U.S. We want people to accept soccer, football, whatever it is. We want people to get excited.
Call it what you want.
Call it what you want.
You can call it whatever you
Four
want.
goals, does that not do it for you?
Call it what it is.
I'm so fired up right now. We're having a great time. All we want is for people to buy into soccer right now.
That's what's
and
up.
This is the best time. This is the best time for it to happen.
Hey, can you question Kansas City in their buy-in for the sport? Not at all. The environment today, sensational, top class.
Top class. Soccer
The people
City,
just want
USA,
fun to
baby.
Get behind.
Woo!
If that's not
Kansas City!
Let's go.
That's all there is.
USA.
That's all there is right there.
USA.
I mean, what a time. You're hosting, and you go out and you do that. That's all there is.
That's what's up.
It's exciting. It's awesome. I mean, we have a dude, Folarin Balogun, just put on a show. I mean, that's awesome. And there's more to come. I really
Hey,
think
that's
there
what
is.
we want. More to come,
More
baby.
to come. More to come. Way more to
You guys
come.
heard it here.
Way more to come.
Yeah, that's Caden who is behind us. Thanks so much to Caden for jumping on with us there. On the subject of fans, let's go down to Kelly O'Hara, who's standing by with even more fans.
George Washington! George Washington! Oh my God! How are you?
What?
How are you?
I'm living the dream. We just won the opener.
How are you feeling on a scale of 1 to 10?
A 10. We're bringing it home.
As George Washington, what would you want to say to the team tonight?
13 stripes, 50 stars. We don't care who the fuck you are.
Fair enough.
Great stuff there. Great stuff there from the fans.
I don't know what just happened there, to be honest. That guy had more shots than Kelly did, which is that's not easy.
By the way, Folarin Balogun, no surprise, was named man of the match for his performance in this game. And you mentioned it, Jimmy. You have a number 9. That's so much. I mean, the United States, going back to when you and Josie Altidore were up front, have been craving that sort of clinical number 9 that was going to put chances away. The United States tried a number of options in 2022. None of them worked. All the credit in the world to everyone at U.S. Soccer who helped recruit Folarin Balogun to be part of this team, and he is making the difference.
I think what's interesting is maybe in 2022, Christian Pulisic felt like our out-and-out main threat.
Yeah.
And everybody was still emerging. Yes, Dest could be someone that could be dangerous. It was more hopeful, right? We hope these guys play well. Tonight, I feel like we're seeing a maturity and an evolution where we know they're going to play well. They know they're going to play well, and they put out a performance that reflected that.
I totally agree. I think we're at a different. I can't even hear myself think, Jimmy.
Just keep going, Benny.
Go ahead, Benny.
I'll let them do the talking, man. Look at this. This is how we feel.
Guys, this is what this current U.S. men's national team is doing for our country in every city. This type of excitement and passion. That's all we've ever wanted. I am filled with happiness and love because look at what their performance has done for kids in our country. Like, let's go.
Hey,
I can't wait for the next game.
What's analyzing the game if you're just feeling this emotion, right? That's all we need to analyze.
Can I tell you the only downside of this? We have to wait a week until the next one. I want to play again tomorrow. Can I play again tomorrow?
We got plenty of other games to watch, though. It'll be good.
And we have Turkey and Australia to break down and think about as well. I can't wait for that game tomorrow because those are our next 2 opponents.
Put the scout hat on.
Yeah, but now we have
that one on.
Now we have a week. We have a week to kind of, as we mentioned before the game. Now you have momentum. You built like feelings and good vibes around the team.
Yeah.
And now that starts to build momentum. And now, I mean, when we walk into that Australia game, no matter what happens in their game, our shoulders are going to be back. Confidence is a hell of a drug, as we like to say on the show, Whitty. And we're going to have a ton of it going into that second game.
Let's go to Kelly O'Hara once more.
Yeah,
who's
more Kelly,
been
please.
With
More
the
Kelly.
fans.
We want more Kelly.
Kelly, how you doing down there?
I'm doing good, guys. One second. I'll be in a second. All right, listen. I got to meet George Washington. As you can see from all the cups out here, all the empty cups, it's an absolute party. It's still going on, even though the game ended a while ago. I will say, everybody I've interviewed, the confidence is so high right now. They're feeling so good. And listen, I have some fans with me right now. How are you guys feeling today? How's the confidence?
Through the roof! Come on, baby! Hey, USA all the way!
Frank the Tank! Frank the Tank!
USA! USA!
Yes, thank you guys. See? Confidence very high out here. We love it. It's everywhere tonight.
Hey, they look hydrated. They look hydrated.
Thanks so much, Kelly, for being in and amongst the inebriation that is happening outside, as we would probably expect off the back of that U.S. performance. We'll react to much more. We're here until the top of the hour on the Call It What You Want postgame show. Keep bringing those comments into the comments section as well. We'll be reading them and putting them on the screen as well. More reaction to come from the U.S.'s opening win of the World Cup is next.
Jimmy.
I love you, Jimmy. Charlie.
This is Call It What You Want on the Golazo America YouTube channel. On the Golazo Network, we're reacting to the U.S. winning by 4-1 over Paraguay. Still, 2 more games left in Group D. a week from tonight against Australia in Seattle, and then back in Los Angeles on June the 25th to take on Turkey, as the United States will hope to keep this wave of momentum going throughout this World Cup. As we welcome you back into the Power and Light District here at No Other Pub by Sporting Kansas City, alongside Charlie Davies, Jimmy Conrad, and Benny Fellhaber.
What's up?
I'm Chris Whittingham, and guys, we kind of see what's left in the group. There is this, I think, fear for Americans to get carried away. You know, you see people get, oh, can the U.S. win the whole thing? You sound ridiculous. And I'm not saying the United States will win the whole thing, but what is the level of carried away that you're getting off the back of this?
We've been around. We've seen some things. One of my most favorite moments at a World Cup was in 2014 in Brazil. I was there as a fan, working with Kick TV, shout out to Kick TV. And the Ticos, the Costa Rican fans, they went all in. Their team got out of the group of death. When they won their first one, they got out of hands.
England,
they started to believe. I don't
England,
think
Italy, and Uruguay, they're in that group.
There's nothing wrong with saying we got a hell of a team, we had a great performance, why can't we do that again? And after that, why can't we do it again after that? I was all in on those Ticos teams, and they brought that energy that I think is important if you want to just enjoy the process. It might not go, I think they knew they weren't going to win the World Cup. So anyway, I lean on that a little bit because I thought that was really special from the Tico fans in particular.
Well, I think everybody's roles are different. You have players, coaches, pundits, fans. Fans are allowed to believe anything they want. That's the fuel, right, of the country, just behind the team, giving them confidence. So I think fans, man, dream big. As a person that played the game, as a person that understands the game at a different level, I think, and sees the game, I think, differently. We all played it.
Smarter than all of us, got it.
we know we're playing against some top teams if we get into the knockout rounds, and we gotta keep that level-headedness. But I was just telling these guys, I don't know if you guys agree with me, but this team is capable of taking out a big dog.
Oh, no question.
We play like this, where we suffocate teams, we outrun them, we outwork them, we have the confidence to do things. You can beat a Brazil any given day, right? Like any given Sunday, like the movie. You can beat a Spain. You can beat a France, dare I say. Can you do it 3-4 times in a row? That's where it becomes really hard, and that's why there's only 8 teams in the world that have ever won a World Cup. So I don't know if we're there yet, but we're capable of doing it once.
I also want to add that we haven't had a clean sheet in a long time. And at some point, we're going to have to win a tough game 1-0. We haven't demonstrated that in 7, 8, 9 games.
Yeah.
So we need to get that part figured out, because if we do want to nitpick a little bit, I like your energy here, Chuck. If we do want to nitpick, we've given up some soft goals, preventable goals. We got to get that out of our system. But I want to hear from Chuck.
Chuck, you dreaming?
He's vibing right now. He's
I'm
vibing.
dreaming.
How much are you dreaming?
I believe this team. I honestly think that it's about team spirit and pushing yourself and trying to do as much as you possibly can and staying consistent. So for me, you go as far as you can go.
You want to go join them? You want to go join them?
Oh, I'm going to join them.
Yeah, go join them.
This is family right here. Let's go.
Join them at the bar afterwards.
Let's show the audience the SofaScore player rating.
Let's get the eagle. We got the eagle. Hold on.
Oh, we got it.
Hey!
Wow.
We got the bald eagle. We got bald eagle. That's the eagle right there.
Which World Cup was that again?
Let's go. La 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 la. USA. Look at that eagle. That eagle's flying.
Okay, let's, while these lads are jumping, let's show the player ratings for all of the U.S. men's national team. So man of the match is Folarin Balogun with a 9.1 rating, but green positive ratings for McKennie and Pulisic and Adams and Tillman and Ream and Reyna and Freeman right through the team. Not really much for Matt Freese to do. He gave up the 1 goal on the 1 shot on target that he faced, but really not much you can really have too much of a go at him.
Yeah, ultimately here, Whitney, when I look at this, we talked about it before, Benny, that midfield, if you win the midfield, you win the game, right? That's the cliche. And you see a lot of green in that particular area of the field. I mean, we watched it, passed the eye test as well.
Right.
I'm surprised that most of our guys aren't in the green. I mean, that's the type of performance I thought we put together, but I'm not surprised that Balogun is the man of the match. I mean, that second goal
He scored 2
was
goals.
so well taken.
I mean, he made countless runs off the ball as well to create space for other players. And I think that I don't know if he had the second highest rating, but man, Tillman, he impressed me today. I thought he was all over the place, whether he was a little bit deeper, receiving balls, making runs into the box, finding the final pass. He even missed a couple of passes that he could have got an extra assist there, but
missed a couple of goals that he could have scored.
He's just so smooth.
He was everywhere.
Yes.
It looks effortless when he plays.
Yeah.
That's the way he can glide around the pitch. His decision making is top class. He has great touch. Just you could see like Berhalter also, could have chipped the keeper. We generated a number of half chances. 4-1. It could have easily been 6-7-1 in this game. But 4-1. You take that to the bank.
You take it.
You take that to the bank.
Benny, you were worried pregame about the way that McKennie and Tillman were going to swap positions. Tillman playing deeper. Are those worries assuaged now?
No, look, I mean, yes, because what we did so well was the repressing. There were no counterattacking moments for Paraguay, and so the total football that we play, the Ted Lasso football that we played in the final third, it's really hard to defend, right? I mean, it's like what we talked about. It could be Dest, it could be Balogun, it could be Pulisic, it could be Tillman.
Dest was also
They're
very
all
good
running
today.
all over the place, so they couldn't man mark these guys, and they couldn't. It wasn't predictable where the run was coming from. And when we did lose the ball, we won it back so quick. So there was no worry to be concerned. There was no reason to be concerned.
Tyler was great. We remember we were talking about providing cover. What does it look like with Tillman and McKennie, who are both flying forward, right, at times? It was almost neither of them just bombed forward at the same time. It was very intentional. One would make that run, and the other one would provide cover centrally. But they were both advanced, whereas Tyler was just sitting there protecting, breaking up plays. I thought there were too many good players. Chris Richards.
Yeah,
we were talking about his ankle.
Yeah, let's talk about him. So I have a couple stats for you. The first is the United States have won by 3 or more goals in a World Cup game for the first time since 1930. They did it twice in 1930.
Shout out to 1930.
Shout out to Bert.
Bert Patnaud.
Bert Patnaud.
First hat trick in World Cup history.
First hat trick in World Cup history.
The first ever World Cup, of course.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah,
and
we got to the semis.
He's Jimmy's boy.
Here's the second stat, though. Chris Richards completed all 83 passes he attempted in the game.
No way.
The most passes with 100% accuracy rate by any player in a World Cup match since 1966.
I can't believe it.
83 for 83 for Richards.
I mean, in some ways,
since Sir Bobby Charlton played.
Yeah.
yeah, since Big Tones was between the sticks.
Was it England?
His brain.
Mine's blown.
You were like, glitch. That was England's World Cup.
No, but I'm wondering if it was an English player that did it, because then it's staying home.
Potentially.
It stayed home then.
Stayed
it might
home.
stay home
Home
now.
Now it's coming
team to
home.
win.
Now it's really coming home.
That's really coming
It's
home.
really staying.
As Benny mentioned before, every opponent's going to be different. Obviously, tonight was a hell of a performance. I'm stoked. But Australia is now going to see what we did well. They're going to try to.
They got to worry about Turkey.
They do have to worry about Turkey.
They do. I'm just saying, just in general, whoever the second opponent is, once they have a game under their belt, and then we get to see them as well, it's just going to provide a different set of solutions. However, like I mentioned before, we'll be walking into that with a ton of confidence and feeling good about it. When I think about that stat, and shout out, that's an incredible stat. It's a sensational stat. I never felt like we were really under a ton of pressure from Paraguay, and I don't think Australia is going to do much of the same. So for him to be able to keep the ball, actually, I remember a play where Sergiño Dest kind of pissed the ball away. It was like 65 minutes in. I was like, that's like the first time I saw us actually make a bad pass. So I think there's a combination of things. One, we were really good, and two, I'll give us credit there. We made Paraguay play very bad.
It'll be interesting, though, Jimmy. You talk about how Australia will play against us, and I know, Australia still has another game, but that's our next game. And Paraguay tried to sit back, and we torched them.
Yeah.
In the final third.
We had to score first, and we got it.
True, but in the amount of movement that we created in the final third, I think any team that sits back, if we're able to do that, it's going to be tough for them. So I'm wondering if other teams will start thinking, man, it might be better to press a little bit higher. Maybe if we put some pressure on the fullbacks of USA, they'll make some more mistakes, or they'll have a harder time breaking us down. Whereas if we just give them all the way to half field, what does it look like? Does it look like the Paraguay game? So will teams kind of change their view on how they play against us?
Yeah, they're going to have to.
Isn't that a nice benefit?
Crazy.
To have?
Yeah. Crazy, right?
Nice little perk.
I know.
Teams having to adjust to you?
Yeah. Oh, the host nation, fine. But when the U.S. plays that type of football as a host nation, everybody takes notice. Because everyone wants to watch the host nation play, especially in that first game. See what the energy's like, the atmosphere. Oh, the Americans, are they really going to embrace the game?
Appreciate you guys.
Talk about that crazy environment. It was phenomenal, and every
We're
country
here in Kansas City, but this is happening all over the country.
Everybody in the world who can watch our coverage is saying, "Damn, this is a top World Cup."
I agree.
Not only that, these Americans can play. We better stop typing all the crap we've been typing for 4 years now on the build up to this.
I did see an outstanding tweet, which was the U.S. are playing so well, I might start calling it soccer. Coming from the UK.
Hey, we need to frame that
fan.
one. Let's frame that one.
I like that.
So the U.S. Get this victory by 4-1. Let's go out to Nico Cantor, who's starting his tour across the U.S. in Los Angeles.
Cantor
was there for the game and is outside of the stadium now. Nico, what's it looking like in L.A.?
USA! What's up, guys? Listen, LA is a very
he's got a faulty mic.
It's a bad day.
You know what?
That's because he's
I can feel his
turn mute off. You got the mute.
Come on, I'm here. No, now I lost you guys. I lost them. Yeah, there we go. Yo, listen, guys. LA is amazing. It's a bad day to be a Paraguay supporter. They got torched. They looked really bad. But USA, baby, let's go. USA looked amazing today, and everybody was on it today. The crowd, they were in. How are we feeling, guys?
We're feeling great. We're so happy. Let's go USA.
How far is the US getting?
Oh, quarterfinals, semifinals, easy.
Final!
Best opener that the U.S. has ever had.
Guys, biggest margin of victory, joint biggest margin of victory in World Cup history. For the U.S., of course. That was epic. All right, who's going to Seattle? I want to hear it. Who's going to Seattle? All right. Yo, listen. Hey, Shane, what's up, bro? Listen, I want a message for the Australians, please.
What's up, bro?
I would say,
Down under, they're going down.
it will not be a good day, mates. It's gonna be.
Yo, we got Captain America over here. We got Captain America. Yo, Captain America, give me some words for the U.S. right now.
We could do this all day, baby. Yeah, we could do this all day, baby. Nico, I gotta hear from you. USA. This is top from Nico Cantor. I love when Nico can get the crowd going. But Nico, I need to hear what impressed you tonight in watching the U.S. men's national team. Is there a player that stood out to you? Was there an unexpected performance? Because we were blown away at the level of intensity from player 1 to player 11.
Yeah, two things. I think I was very impressed by the United States. Pulisic on the left-hand side, man, have him going one-on-one with Cáceres all day. Paraguay were also extremely poor. I mean, if you took off the crest, I would have never guessed that was a Paraguayan team. And the U.S. met the moment, they rose to the occasion, and they killed it! Hey, this is what we want to see. It's contagious, right? These guys showing up, scoring goals, being impressive. Were you guys impressed by the U.S.? Look at these guys. How epic was the game today?
Great.
It was inspirational, wasn't it? Yeah! That's what we want to see, guys, from the U.S. men's national team. It breeds a fire, and we'll see this pay dividends in years from now.
We believe that we can win. We believe that we can win. We believe that we can win.
That's great stuff. That's great stuff from Nico Cantor outside of SoFi Stadium. He could have said anything to that crowd, and they were
loving it.
They were ready to do head spins.
Can you imagine what it's like to be in that building? Obviously, we love being here, in and amongst the fans watching on TV, but being in the building tonight, watching the U.S., I would have been terrified walking in, just pit in my stomach. What are we going to see? You get a goal inside 10 minutes that calms the nerves, and they just turn in this amazing performance. Can only imagine the experience that everyone who was in the building
Tony
tonight.
Miola was there, so I'll get his insight when he comes back onto the show.
Yeah, by the way, Kansas City was incredible.
Yes.
Popping off.
You guys
City.
warned me. You said you guys would be it'd be great, but this was well above what I expected.
Kansas City is incredible, not was, bro. It always is.
Always.
Okay.
Good
Sorry.
catch.
Talking to Mr.
Kansas City police over here. Oh, jeez.
You know
Mr. Kansas City.
What I found interesting was that Mexico hosted the first game of the tournament, and that looked incredible at Azteca. Just amazing. And they put on a good performance, and I was like, whew, okay. All right. Then Canada.
How are we going to match that?
Yeah, how are we going to match it? And then Canada, they got the 1-1 draw, and they came from behind. And,
Decent performance.
Decent, but the march to the match, I'm like, oh, man. There's some pressure on us as the last host nation to go, and we leveled up over everybody. I thought we were the best out of all the host nations.
Yes.
Oh, it's not even close, Jimmy.
Yeah, of course.
It wasn't even close.
So knowing that, the guys were thinking about it. They're watching the same games as us. They're humans as well, and they went out and put out a performance that they should be very proud of. I'm very proud of them, and I'm really excited about Australia. Bring those Socceroos on.
They weren't burdened by the pressure. They thrived in it.
They did.
They played
100%.
some absolutely fantastic football, the kind of which that we don't often see from U.S. men's national team. Maybe Christian Pulisic is actually the LeBron James of soccer. Someone writes in the comment section there. Thanks so much to you guys who've been involved with our shows from start to finish. Is that your guy?
That's Bert.
Bert Patton.
1930.
Yep,
there he is.
Jimmy,
look at those
Jimmy was the
pearly
veteran
whites,
on this
though,
team too.
Chuck.
Jimmy, look,
That's actually my real photo. It's not a Photoshop.
Jimmy was the veteran on that team.
That is amazing stuff. U.S. winning tonight. There's Jimmy waving the flag. Thanks so much to everyone here in Kansas City at No Other Pub in the Power and Light District. This is great. This has been Call It What You Want on the Golazo Network. Thank you guys so much for watching.